looking for the following exhibitors: Alyssa Costa, Colleen Haynes, Addison Wagner. Dam and daughter.
I think this is really interesting. I'm not going to make just a ton of comments, but this makes sense to me because I talked a lot about the pieces in that doe I thought were very unique, and I thought she was a great piece to be able to breed around. Then I look at what's on her side. That one's even outdoing herself by coming and utilizing those pieces, but coming back to some more balance, and that's a really neat pair. Congratulations. We're actually going in reverse order. I think these two probably match just a little better. I think these are different in where they go, but I think this one continues to bring some substance where it fits. I know what this doe did here in the end. I don't think she lived up to her expectation on the doe that you're leading.
In our dam and daughter division, for those of you ringside, just so you know that these youngsters own both of these and have produced both of these breedings. So your champion dam and daughter was exhibited by Addison Wagner, second Colleen Haynes, and third to Alyssa Costa. Okay. Moving on, we're going to start our commercial buck division. Looking for class 2, commercial junior buck kid, 3 to under 6 months. We should have 2 entries, one from Riley Barron and one from Hope Rittinger.
Hello. Fair Board is hosting the alumni showmanship after the goat show. We're going to be back here collecting money and registrations. Reminder, it's $20 per entry, and if you get signed up, it's $100 to get out. And we will take as many entries as we can, and we will do it at the conclusion of the Dairy Goat Show.
I think we got 2 nice bucks out here to start the commercial division. We're going to start with Ladapo up front. He just taller, shoulder more extended. He's actually more masculine and muscular. I know testosterone's not running through him, but that dude's just got more center mass and the real red meat yield in him comparatively. Whether Buck Kid, excuse me, I'll get my vocabulary right here in a moment, is deeper, softer in terms of his body. I like that. He's too fragile and needs more muscle to can rival the one in front of him.
Results of your commercial junior kid buck, 3 to under 6 months. First to Hope Rittinger, second to Rayleigh Barron. Class 3 commercial junior buck kids 6 to under 9 months. We have 4 entries, including Lexi Zepp, Hope Brittinger, Elliot Weishauer, and Lloyd Arball. Again, Class 3 commercial junior buck kids in the ring.
In the ring now is our senior dairy goat exhibitors for showmanship. We want to welcome our judge today, Mr. Kyle Miller. He hails from Newport, Pennsylvania, and we're very glad that he decided to come share his talents with us today.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our Dairy Goat Show here. We're our senior showmanship out here, and just a real good placing, class of showmen out here. Close placing between these two, so it's a little hair splitting here between from the front of the line to the end of the line with these showmen out here. You saw me bring a strange goat in here. What I asked the showman to do was go out, look at that goat, and find about that goat, one thing that they didn't like about that goat, and why they would change that. And that's important for us and as breeders and exhibitors to know the strengths and weaknesses of our goats and the other goats that we may get asked to handle, because we're to show the goat to the best of our ability and their ability on that. So being able to recognize that, and then also throwing them a curveball by not a goat that they don't normally touch or see or handle and that kind of stuff. It just kind of puts you on your spot, and we use terminology to describe, okay, we don't like the area of the chine because it dips there, it's not as strong in the back, that kind of stuff. With all of that, I think this young lady here at the head of the line, I think just shows off this animal to the best of the ability. She's slow about that, moving about that ring, which is what we like to see, is a slow, steady gait so we can properly evaluate that. That goat is immaculately clipped up. That goat's always set up, and you can see there, the goat's maybe a little rowdy. She's making things to do, that it's entertaining that goat to show it off here. Not to take away from this gentleman in second, 2 over the 3. It is for the terminology about that goat. This goat's set up a little bit better, and this goat walked a little bit. This little homage is giving this guy just maybe not feeling the walking around the ring today, but this gentleman has a goat that's always set up. He's showing her off to the best ability. That head's always held up high, creating that beautiful front end presence about her. The La Mancha over the tall. These two gentlemen are really close here. It comes down to terminology. Showing off that goat. This gentleman here at the end it has a tendency to set the legs too far back in the rear and too far forward, and so it kind of looks like, I call it dashboarding. The legs are you have a habit of setting them out too far and stretches the doe, just more perpendicular underneath of her body. But that's very close placing between these two. And maybe just a little cleanlier from our 3rd place to our 4th place on there. But a really good class of showmen, so give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Emma Allball. She's your first place senior winner and champion of the senior division. Place is Hunter Huff. 3rd is Lane Huff, and 4th is Patrick Barber.
I think we got two nice bucks out here, and honestly, there's a little conversation, but the one that fits me the best is easily this one up front. We start talking about masculinity, muscle, and feature of what a buck's supposed to bring. He's the biggest behind his shoulder. He's the biggest over his edge. He's biggest in his arm. He is a little coarse. I'd like to pretty him up just a little bit from the side. I'd be not in line to say that, but they got to be men first, and then we'll worry about the look, and I think that's where he falls really, really well. Buck comes in second behind him. Honestly, is really easy feeding, good productive kind of one. I think this conversation gets a little conversational and spots in the middle for me because he's plenty soft. He needs to be just a little bit more masculine. He needs to be stouter and just more real mass underneath him. But I think he's productive. I think he's good in terms of his kind. I love him in terms of his joints. He's probably the best one in that particular category. That's where I like him quite a bit. The one that comes in third, I actually like the best in terms of being really extended, tall-fronted, really neat about his front end, and I think he's level out his top. He is a little more in his working clothes, and I like the fact that he's just maybe a shot leaner. Problem is that even though he's leaner, I don't know if there's enough of him. He's a little plainer in terms of his shape, flatter in his stifle, and not collectively opened up in his general skeleton. That's why he stays third. Dude, can I call him Simba? Okay, you don't care. He's got a mane, man, and I'm not jealous of any man with hair I love, okay, just so you know. I think Simba sits there and does a lot of things and is honestly showing some masculine feature at this point, like he's again his working clothes with some hormones, but he kind of fits in inside everybody in terms of just mass and bulk, and that's why he stands where he is. But really good sound buck for a young man.
Results of Class 3 commercial junior bucks. First to Lexi Zepp, second to Elliot Weisschauer, third to Hope Rittinger, and fourth to Lloyd Arball. Into the ring at this time, we have Class 4 commercial junior buck kid, 9 to under 12 months. Looks like a single entry from Emma. At the conclusion of this class, it looks like we will select our grand champion commercial buck.
Well, it sounds like we're at the conclusion of the buck classes on the commercial side. One that honestly is very nice, very sound, very level in how he fits together. Obviously showing that he likes to go to work at this particular stage as we get into kind of that time of breeding season where these things are optically starting to work a little bit more as we start going shorter days. We'll have them circle and we'll have them in contention for a champion buck. How's that sound?
In the Dairy Goat ring, we have our intermediate show, Lloyd Arball and Liam Ritter.
In the ring at this time, we are bringing back Hope Rittinger from Class 2 with her buck kid 3 to under 6 months. From Class 3, we have Lexi Zepp with her buck kid 6 to under 9 months. And Emma Cole is out of our last class with her junior buck kid 9 to 12 months. Our seconds are as follows: Rayleigh Barron, Elliot Weisschauer. This will be the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Junior Buck Kid.
Nice conclusion of our buck show, and 3 that are certainly worthy of their division titles as we start studying them. I think when we sit back, we've talked about them all individually. There's one for me that kind of hits me in terms of looking like a man in a buck, and that's the one that's going to stand in the middle. He's the heaviest muscle, bigger featured, widest constructed, biggest leg goat. He'll be your champion buck. That brings the one in behind him, and we criticized him earlier and said he's really good in terms of his skeleton, but he needs more real red meat and muscularity underneath his flesh. I still think that's true, but you step back and study him, the fundamentals of natural width through his chest, roundness out of his rib, skeletal integrity, he'll be 2.
Your grand champion junior buck kid was exhibited by Lexi Zepp, and your reserve grand was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer. All right, we're going to do our bred and owned commercial buck. We have 3.
This is another group of a great group of showmen out here in our intermediate showing class here. 2 gentlemen here that just really are doing a fantastic job out here showing. I just feel that the advantage today comes in the terminology of the goat. We just asked what parts there were. So what I do is I have the showman ask the other showman to find 2 parts on their goat, and have them point them out, and then reciprocate that back. Again, important to know that confirmation, that terminology, where things are. That way, as I'm telling you about the goat in the classes, you have an understanding of that. This gentleman here at the head of the line with this black La Mancha, just a little bit quicker about getting that goat set up. Also, always making sure that the goat is between me and him at all times here. I really appreciate the speed that this second gentleman here walks about the ring. It's a nice, slow, easy pace, easy for me to evaluate. So just learning the terminology so you understand when I'm talking about the goats later, you kind of know what's going on here, but did a really good job. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Our champion intermediate showman was Lloyd Allball. Second place was Liam Ritter. That award was sponsored by Hillary Sizemore. Senior exhibitor award was sponsored by David and Meredith Leach. We had awesome sponsorship this year. We could not have done the awards that we did without them. Every award comes with a thank you note. Please, exhibitors, fill those out, send them to our sponsors so they know how much we appreciate them today. Next in the ring will be our junior exhibitors. We have 1 entry, Weston Huff.
We've resorted these just a moment ago in division, so we're just going to go ahead and line them up. We've talked about them, really nice bucks from from it in. And it's even more special that they're bred and known. Give them a big hand as they go back out of the ring.
Your bred and owned commercial buck champion was Lexi Zepp, second to Hope Rittinger, and third to Rayleigh Barron. Your champion bred and owned commercial buck then was exhibited by Lexi Zepp, and that award was donated by North Carroll Veterinarian Services Incorporated, Dr. Kay Wagner.
Single entry in our junior showmanship class here, and I really wish this gentleman had some competition out here with him. He does a really good job of showing this doe off here. Just keeping her moving about the ring, keeping that head up here. I like to kind of share my experience on how I got started. I didn't get to do showmanship, but I was at our local county fair 31 years ago watching our dairy goat show, and I felt something being put in my hand. Well, that thing was a collar, and attached to the collar was a goat. And that's all I knew about that animal was it was a goat, and the lady said go for a walk over there, pointed, and over there was the ring with the big scary judge in there. And so that's how I started my career 31 years ago in this. So I really am appreciative of the hard work that these showmen are really putting in here. And let's give this gentleman here a big round of applause then.
Okay, we are ready for our grand showmanship class. We need first place from senior, intermediate, and junior exhibitors in the ring. Our senior exhibitor is Emma Arball. Our first place intermediate is Lloyd Alball. And our junior exhibitor is Weston Huff.
On our meat goat breeding side, we have started the registered breeding doe classes. If you're following along in your program, we're on class 2 registered junior doe kid 3 to under 6 months. We have 6 head in the ring.
What a wonderful representation of our showmanship here at the Carroll County Fair out here with these showmen out here. They've put a lot of hard work in with these animals, 365 days for this one day of in the spotlight out here. It takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears out there. Triumphs, all that out here. I just feel that there's one showman out here that just has the advantage today. And when they were showing off their goat, walking around the ring here in their individual class, I think they just did the best job of keeping that goat set up, keeping that goat's head high around the ring, knowing terminology, all of that kind of stuff. Our senior showman will be our master showman today. And then for our reserve, it's real close between these two gentlemen back here, our junior showman and our intermediate showman here. Both did a really good job handling their goats out here. I think one just has the slight advantage, just being constantly aware of where the judge is at all times around the ring, making sure that that goat stays here. Our intermediate showman will be our reserve showman. Let's give these 3 showmen a big round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion showman is Emma Alball, and your reserve grand champion is Lloyd Alball. We now want Emma back in the ring because she gets to go in Champion Challenge now. Our Champion Challenge showmanship class is for previous grand champion winners, so they can all go against each other and now be in the Champion Challenge. So we now have Emma Alball in that. We have Wyatt Snyder and Estella Gover. They can come in the ring.
Overall, on the meat goat side of things, as we start into the registered division, I actually think the doe that wins this does so very handily, and honestly, I think she represents this division as we think about more of that ABGA version quite well. The shape to a Roman nose, the shape to a curl set at this particular regard, big statured, square-made one that honestly just comes very authentic in terms of what she is, round in a rib cage, progressive in terms of her mass, with a great deal of balance. I think this one's good now, and I think honestly her future looks even better. The doe becomes a hinder, is just not quite as genuine in terms of its width and power through its chest. The pieces in this one that are radical, and I'm noticing a little bit of a flavor in terms of the type of goats you like at this point. Wild, geek-necked, incredibly extended and long, stretchy, where she fits. I just don't think, and I think this one actually reads bigger and square behind her back than maybe I initially anticipated coming at me and going. She needs cracked open underneath. She needs to be still wolfier where she goes, but another good shape to her head as we start thinking about her ear set and things of that nature as well. I like this one better in terms of softness in her center body and softness in her flank. I just read she reads very productive in her kind in this particular character. We'll have some spread through her horn as well. I think her pigmentation is good. She doesn't seamlessly tie her pieces. She's not as neat in terms of being square from her knee to ground. Isn't as big in her forehead, but I think that one's incredibly productive and it's got a lot of future as we start thinking forward. Doe stays in the 4 spot is softer, deeper, and better in terms of her lines, but that's a consequence of the fact that she isn't a stout. That one's softer in terms of where he is and actually fleshier. I think that one's incredibly production-oriented, just doesn't have extra pieces to go with it. The last 2 does are very sound, and I think the black doe honestly sits better as the lines really neat out of her head and neck. She needs more mass as she goes. This one's taller shoulder and actually get more expression to the base of her leg and forearm. I just read her too soft in her lower joints and too round out of her hip. I want to pick her up and correct her in terms of her skeleton.
Results of Class 2, your junior doe kid here on the meat goat side. First went to Colleen Haynes with 2 dozen roses. Second to Colleen Haynes with Sexy Red. Third to Alyssa Costa. Fourth to Jaden Feeser Favorite. Fifth to Wyatt Keeney. And sixth to Alexis Horitz. We're now moving on to our registered junior doe kid, 6 to under 9 months. We have 4 entries in this class.
Our Grand Champion Fitting and Showing Award was sponsored by Back and Black Livestock Ultrasounds. Our Reserve Grand Champion Fitting and Showing was sponsored by Aaron Bartleline American National Insurance Company. Our Champion Challenge Award will be sponsored by Kelly McNeena.
A real moderate doe, and I'm going to be honest with you, this one's a little deceiving for me from the outside because there's things I immediately draw to. I think she's extra square. I love her body and her depth and her softness. Part of that goes with the moderation of this particular guy. I'm not going to say they need to be big or small. I just think they need to be good. What I sit there and question as I went into is I didn't think she was quite as stout in her skull. She doesn't quite have the same shape to her head as these full-bloods maybe try to aspire to be. But when I stepped in front of her, she's stouter at the base of her jaw and skull than I initially anticipated. I like the balance and still looking like a lady. She's square-chested, round rib, and honestly, for as much flesh as she has in her at this age, a handle her down her back, that doe's way bigger than I maybe give her credit for. That one's got a tremendous amount of density underneath. That's a really nice doe. The dapple standing behind her is a little later maturing one that's certainly definitely got an extension advantage in terms of length of spine. Slicker hair, which neither here or there, just more of a comment. That doe's a little rounder out of her hip, isn't as opened up, and while she's got shape, she doesn't come with the same density. She doesn't come with the, we need to correct her head just a little bit as well, but 2 nice dapples on the top side. Does that come into next to, here's a late maturing tall fronted one that comes level behind her shoulder. That one's too round and steep out of her hip, prominent out of her hock, and honestly, those 2 eat her when we start talking about just weird sheer width and mass. That'll come with time. Keep feeding her and go chase them because I think that one can rival that one in front of her as time goes forward. Another one that's an incredibly tall shoulder. And that's actually, as she pops up there, how she ties out of the top side of her shoulder with her neck is incredibly attractive in terms of being heads up. That one's rounder out of her hock, not as progressive in terms of her underline, and isn't as secure as we set her in motion.
Results of Class 3 Junior Doe Kids 6 to under 9 months. First to Elliot Weisshower with Aphrodite. Second to Elliot Weisshower with Havoc. Third to Hayden Schaefer, and fourth to Trenton Horrocks. We are now going to select our junior division champion doe and reserve. We're bringing back Colleen Haynes with her first and second from Class 2, and Elliot Weisshower with his first and second from Class 3.
So this is our champion challenge and showmanship, and I really kind of like this class. It's fun. Didn't give them any advantages. They weren't going to show their own goats for me. They know their goats don't do well. I want to see how they handle something differently. Maybe give them a little bit more of a difficult task, with a goat that is used to their own owner, handler, maybe doesn't cooperate quite as well. See how they do here. We also asked about the AGA scorecard. It's important to know that. So we know what we're looking at for points and that kind of stuff. Just kind of gives us an idea too that we know, okay, this is what our dairy goats should look like here. I think there's one out here that just has the slightest advantage today. Just a little bit quicker, a little bit more confident in their answers to me today. Showed their animal plus the animal that I had asked them to show in the beginning here really, really well. And it's splitting hairs, again, just really between any three of these showmen. I'd have any of you, one of my callers, any days, I'd be happy with it here. The young lady with the black La Mancha here in the middle will be our champion winner.
Congratulations to Estella Gover. And that concludes our showmanship portion of the classes today. We will be starting with our breed classes with all other purebreds.
As we come to the division drive of our registered stock over here, I think these two does are very, very good. They're very, very different in what they represent. The younger doe, honestly, is maybe just a little shot more traditional in terms of the registered stock. I love that one in terms of feature. Actually, I think she's the most genuine in terms of being really square, opened up, round in her upper body, progressive in her upper hip shape. And I'm going to make comments, not that I'm sorting on it, but when we think about traditional markings in terms of skull shape and how some breed character fits, I like that one a great deal, and how she sits shallow in terms of the length of her blade honestly just adds to her appeal. The doe behind her with the dapple cape is incredibly modern. I love that one in terms of production value, incredibly easy feeding, low maintenance kind of a doe that's still wide and opened up. She gets more generic from the side, not only in terms of her flesh in this particular regard, but she's generic in terms of her elevation, her extension, and even necessarily the aesthetics of how she handles her hind leg. I think the doe with more of the lemon head is very, very nice and has your champion division. The conversation for reserve to me becomes very, very intriguing in my head. If we want to follow kinds, I think the red doe kind of fits that more traditional full-blood type of an idea. Skull shape, breed character, elevation. I think that one reads square behind her shoulder. As we said in class, I sit there and question her, and maybe in terms of her underlying progression, does a great job pulling hair at the base of her leg, but I just don't know if she's quite as genuine and opened up and full in her body. You make your call. The one that's more sensible isn't necessarily going to match, but I like the dapple for 2.
So before we do start with our breed classes, we're going to ask Wyatt Snyder to come in the ring because we want to talk to him and about him for a few minutes. Wyatt Snyder has grown up with dairy goats. We have watched this little child, this cute little redhead boy, through all his showings, and we've appreciated everything he's done. So not only is he in the ring now with his dry yearling AOP, but he is our outgoing senior this year. We will not have his presence in the ring anymore. We will miss him. We will miss all our goats. They've been a wonderful family to work with, and we just want to not only mention that this is his last year, but give him a token of our appreciation as well.
For those of you who missed it, this is our dairy goat show. This is Wyatt's last year showing here at the Carroll County Fair. If you all can put your hands together for him, everybody around the ring. Then we're going to congratulate our junior kid champion, Miss Colleen Haynes, and your reserve was Elliot Weishauer. And those awards were given by Mr. Dave and Laura Zeppin family and Taylorsville Veterinary Clinic and Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. In the ring right now, we have Class 7 registered yearling does, 12 to 16 months. We have an entry from Liam Keeney and Colleen Haynes.
I think we've got two out here that are very nice, and we're going to keep them in the order they stand. This doe to me is just more complete. She's better in terms of her underlying progression and depth and volume, turned to her rib cage. Honestly, from the side, even that one's more geek-necked in terms of how she sits on the top of her shoulder. I think the practicality of slope and angle knee, the durability of the surface, the fact that she's so square from hock to ground and so much more comfortable and organized in skeleton becomes very appealing to me, and I love the shape to her head as well. The doe, as I said just a minute ago, in terms of extension, heads up, she's got an advantage in a big way. I've got no argument there in any way, shape, or form. Little dish in terms of her skull right before her holder set. This doe needs to be more progressive in terms of not just depth, but width from behind. I need her to continue to expand backwards, and then we have a different conversation, but very attractive heads-up doe that you need to be proud of.
Single entry AOP dry yearling class here, and a doe that just needs about 30 more goats out here to compete with her. She really excels in general appearance, especially in that front end assembly. That front end is smoothly blended. She leads with that great extension of brisket today. The shoulder blades are tight against that body. She's level over that top line. You get back to that rump, it's a beautiful level rump from hips to pins and throw to throw. Also, she couples that with dairy strength. When you get your hands on her, that beautiful, soft, silky, pliable skin, that openness of that ribbing, that flatness of that bone pattern. She's definitely deserving of a blue ribbon. As she's our only junior at AOP, she will also be our junior champion.
Congratulations to our junior champion AOP with his dry yearling, Wyatt Snyder. And our outgoing senior award was sponsored by Ruth Chamberlain. In the ring, we will start with our AOP milking 2-year-olds.
Catching up here on our meat goat breeding side, the results of Class 7 for your doe, yearling does 12 to 16 months. First was Liam Keeney, second to Colleen Haynes. Class 8 is in the ring. These does are 16 to under 20 months of age. We have 3 entries: Wyatt Keeney, Alexa Korich, and Sydney Murfin.
Single entry in our AOP 2-year-old division here. A doe that just really excels in dairy strength, a doe that's just starting out with that long, lean, beautiful sculpted neck, tying into that front end assembly. She's got a long bone pattern throughout when you view her from the side. And couple that with her general appearance. She's level over that top line. She's strong in that back. Again, a very wide rump on this Toggenburg from throw to throw, a long rump from hips to pins, and a mammary system that's just got a beautiful texture about it. When you get your hands on it, that's wet, that forerunner blending smoothly into that rear barrel won't give her a blue ribbon today.
On the meat side, I think we've got 3 that are very intriguing to sort, and honestly, I could listen to some different conversation based on where you want to weight your priorities. I'm going to ultimately like to use the painted doe to start. I go back to fundamentals, and I've preached that for a long time, and I think this one fits that better, especially in motion. She's wider in her chest floor. She's bolder in terms of her center rib and forerib, and get her from behind, she's square and wider. Now, from the side is where I think she gets just a little plain. She's plenty moderate, a little lower fronted. Everything proportions well, but if she doesn't have any extras and she's starting at this point in time, I think getting plenty fleshy enough for me in terms of where she is in production. It's a hard balance act to make between the show ring and the real world, but we've got to find a way to do that. Parked, set up, when you've got her positioned, I actually prefer 2 quite a bit. I think this doe does a lot of things really, really well. She's taller and more elevated in her front end with more extension. I think she reads square behind her shoulder. I like the shape to her hock better, and I think she has more intangible extras. Parked. And motion is where I start getting really troublesome with this doe because she just comes unglued. She ends up swiveling and losing coordination out of her rear leg, ends up dropping out of her chest and runs up into her flank line. I don't think she's complete. She reads a little harder doing to me. As much as I like the flesh that she's in, I just need her to be more secure and coordinated and match the shape to her hock to what I expect her to do in motion. Doe comes out and rounds out the class. I actually think this was a better combination doe in terms of flesh for the real world and the show ring. I think you've done an awesome job managing her to this point. Problem is she's the most general in where she goes. She's the deepest in terms of her chest, longest bladed. You get behind her, she just having enough authentic width and power. It's unfortunate that you've done such a good job managing it. You just ran into two does that are just a little better.
3-year-old tall in our AOP class here in a doe that really just, again, excels in general appearance. The strength of feet and legs. She's short and strong on those pasterns all the way around. Again, to that front end assembly, again, very smoothly blended. Great extension of brisket and that mammary system. A mammary that's well supported by that medial suspensory ligament, keeping that udder high up into that escutcheon. Beautifully laterally attached on that doe. And when you get your hands on it, again, a lot of smooth texture in that mammary system. We'll give her a blue ribbon today as well.
Our first place 3-year-old milking AOP went to Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we will have our AOP senior champion.
Catching up here on the meat goat side, from Class 8, first went to Wyatt Keeney, second went to Sydney Murfin, and third to Alexis Horich. In the ring now is Class 9, registered yearling doe, 20 to under 24 months. We have a single entry from Alyssa Costa. We will be selecting our yearly doe division champion in reserve immediately following this single entry.
If you hate me hearing those saying the word fundamental and square chested, then you might as well just go ahead and take a walk out, because I love those terms and that's where I'm going to live, and I think that's where this doe fits. She didn't come with any extras. Honestly, from the side position, she's really neat in terms of her chest and neck attachment and those presentations. You do a great job highlighting that too, in terms of keeping that head and their head carriage and the shape to her head really, really well, organized in her skeleton. She's just a little plain in terms of feature and power, but I think that's a doe that you can breed a lot of different ways and has future. Congratulations.
Looking for our senior champion in our AOP division out here, and two beautiful togs out here. Just really excel in general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, the smoothness, the blending of that front end assembly. Mammary systems that are well attached here. I feel that there is advantage out here today in one of these does here in general appearance, the strength of feet and legs. One doe's a little bit cleaner over the knees when you view it from the side and from the front. In terms of mammary system, a mammary that's showing me more lateral attachment, stronger medial suspensory ligament here. That's going to be our 3-year-old here at the head of the line, will be our senior champion. As she's a single entry, I really admire this younger doe here. That front end assembly is just so smoothly blended here, and she'll be my reserve senior today.
In the ring on our meat goat side, we are selecting our yearling doe champion in reserve. From Class 7, we have Liam Keeney. From Class 8, Wyatt Keeney. And from Class 9, Alyssa Costa. Your seconds are as follows: Colleen Haynes and Sydney Murfin. At the conclusion of this class, we will move into Class 12 registered senior 2-year-olds.
Our senior champion AOP was Wyatt Snyder. The reserve senior AOP was Lloyd Albaugh. In the ring now, we will be selecting our grand champion and our reserve grand champion and best udder of our AOP classes.
As we come to this division on this side of the ring, I think we got some does that represent different styles and pizzazz. And the thing I want to mention before I do this and get into talking about each one individually that I've noticed through the classes that I failed to mention, I like these does in terms of teat size, shape, and placement, all three of them. I think they're refined, they're square, they actually look like what I project, that we're going to actually have some very functional udders when we start looking at these. And sometimes we neglect to look at that as well as we need to. We just need to make sure we keep their flesh intact and keep them projected right there so we don't end up maybe altering our milking ability and how we develop memory systems to this particular regard. First division, I think this doe just really complete, really Roman nose, good skull shape and horn shape. This is the stout featured one that's the squares coming and going, and that combination of being square but still good in terms of a line or length of blade, the progression of underline. I love the density this one has at a foot and surface, and honestly the flexibility and cushion while still being strong there, I think it reads volumes. The paint doe, we talked about that being very different and polarizing in that particular class. You said she's moderate, said she was a little plain but thought she was more authentic. That's still true. It still falls that conversation here that fact that she's just a little more general in terms of her front end or length of hip and feature becomes more prevalent as we get her out for division. We talked about yours too, and I think you do a great job presenting those things, especially out of her front end. You know you got livestock that are attractive, and you be able to complement and excel in those things and make sure that's seen and still stout jawed. We need this one to have just a shot more wolf. I don't think it's a conversation for this division. You're going to win.
Looking for our grand champion and reserve grand champion in our AOP division out here. Bring our junior champion in to compete with these two seniors, and I just really admire the correctness of this doe, the strength of feet and legs, the smoothness of the blending throughout, the depth of body for her age and maturity here. She's missing two ingredients out here. One of them is time, age, and maturity to deepen in that body, and the other is the working memory systems ahead of us. So my 3-year-old doe is going to be my grand champion and also best udder. She just excels the other milker behind her in memory system for the attachment, the immediate strength and medial suspensory ligament, and just cleaner about those knees up front. And again, just that memory system is what's bringing this doe here for our reserve grand today.
For reserve, we bring into contention the one behind it. We said this one was a little awkward. Love the extension, love the stretch, but maybe the parts and pieces didn't fit together quite as nice. I think that still holds true. These are all three does with unique advantages. They have some interesting holes. For me, the painted doe in the second hole is going to be a reserve.
Our AOP Grand Champion, sponsored by Poppy's Pride Dairy Goats, went to Wyatt Snyder. Our Reserve Champion AOP, which was sponsored by the Lippy family, went to Lloyd Allball. Our AOP Best Udder, sponsored by Wine Valley Farm, went to Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we are starting our La Mancha show. These are intermediate kids.
Our yearling doe champion was exhibited by Liam Keeney. Your reserve yearling doe was exhibited by Wyatt Keeney. We're now into our senior doe division. Into the ring. This time we're looking for class 12 senior 2-year-old does 24 to 36 months. We should have 2 entries with Liam Keeney and Alyssa Costa.
We're going to start with the black doe over here, and honestly, I'm going to sound like a broken record that I'd like to freshen this one up just a little bit in terms of flesh, and I know fat makes them look better, but even with that being said, I think this doe is still just more balanced. She's longer and leveler out of her hips. She's more fluid out of her rear leg as they shed in motion. The progression of underline, I know the fat helps, but even her lower joints just have cushion and spring. I just think her skeleton fits together more, and she still has natural width and chest. Specifically from behind, I think she's square when you study her in terms of true pin width and hock to ground. Young lady, good fronted one. Who's surprised, right? And I think that you do a great job presenting that one as well. I like this one better in terms of the rig she's in. She's steeper out of her hip, not near as opened up collectively from end to end, and wants to pull her hock. That's what puts her to.
Results for registered senior 2-year-olds in class 12. First, Liam Keeney. Second to Alyssa Costa. In the class now, class 13, registered senior age does 36 plus months. Entries from Colleen Haynes, Alexis Horrocks, Reagan Feeser Favorite, Trenton Horrocks, and Jaden Feeser Favorite.
Young lady, at this point, I'm just being conversational in there, and I've said that you've had a kind all day, right? And you definitely have that, and I said I wish for me that they maybe had just a little more substance and how things kind of come together. Young lady, you finally found the dough that I like. And I don't mean that I didn't like your other ones, but these are the ones, this is the one that starts pulling those things together in terms of feature, underline, squareness from hip to hock to ground, has just a little more density and robustness. I think that's a very, very nice doe that you need to be very proud of. Good job. Doe comes in behind him, and I think the next two are just a little bit more debatable in where we go. Ultimately, I like this one. I think this one's rounder in terms of the base to its full rib and hard square in terms of its chest. That one's square from hock to ground with just a little more expression. Maybe not quite as neat in terms of some added feature we'll talk about in the second one, but that one's chest forward, how it sits in terms of blade length fits really nice. This is the heads up doe in 3, and I admit that readily, and I like that one in terms of the base of the skull, how that one casts its horn back. I think it's very impressive. It has the added extension and length. Love the levelness and length of the hip of this one. Pulls her hock just a little too much and maybe flattens both in terms of rib and the base of her leg. Isn't as genuinely square in terms of her chest. Those details put her in a third, but love her from the side. Really nice job. Young lady, moderate, easy flesh and doe that's very feminine and refined. Honestly, I don't think she has quite as much red meat under the fat. You did a great job presenting her and getting her fed for this point. I don't know if you quicked her trying to trim her feed her just a little bit, but that's the way she's walking, just a little less tender, like maybe we got just a little close. That also kind of dings you in terms of trying to figure out exactly what's going on, but very practical doe. More extended, heads up, elongated one that fits in that category. This one's the most drastic in terms of how she pulls her hock and just sheer width and dimension. But I think all the way through, these are all very productive does that are going to do a lot of good things for all of you.
Results of Class 13 registered senior age does 36 plus months. First to Colleen Haynes, second to Jaden Feeser, favorite. Third to Alexis Horitz. Fourth to Reagan Feeser, favorite, and fifth to Trenton Horitz. We are now going to select our senior division champion and reserve, bringing back Liam Keeney from Class 12 and Colleen Haynes from Class 13. Your seconds are as follows: Alyssa Costa and Jaden Feeser, favorite.
I think two really nice does, and I'm not trying to speed it up, but I've studied them just very quickly or very thoroughly just a moment ago, and they're still fresh in my mind. I like the black doe a great deal in regards to refinement, how her chest and how the neck is so slim and neat, but still square in how she goes. I love her cushion at the lower point of her joints. Want to go ahead and pull some flesh off that one. I think she's authentic and square. I don't know if she's quite as muscular as she is wide. I think those are two different things. Told you a moment ago, I think you finally found the doe for me that combines a lot of the things you like with the things that I'm requesting in terms of feature and stoutness and squareness. Really good in terms of a Roman nose shape. It has authentic dimension and grow and power. I think that's a very nice doe. You're going to win the division.
Our intermediate kids in our La Mancha division out here, and again, a lot of quality up and down this line with all these does, some trade-offs between them here. But I think this kid here at the head of the line, starting on my right to my left here, just excels the doe here into in general appearance. The levelness over that top line, especially in the area of the chine with less tendency to break, is the most correct on her feet and legs, carries the most width between her hocks as she moves about the ring, has the greater extension of brisket. And you couple that with that dairy strength when you get your hands on her. This doe is a super wide in that rib spacing today. She's flattened that bone pattern. She's more angulating that rear rib to the flank than the doe staying here in 203. Close spacing between these two does. I feel the advantage today comes in dairy strength. This doe is more flatter in that bone pattern. As you get your hands on her, she has more substance of bone while maintaining that femininity about her in terms of general appearance. A doe that's wider in the rump from throw to throw. And again, it's just slightly stronger in those rear pasterns than the doe standing here at 3. 304, these two does I think are the most difficult to place today. I think you could flip-flop them either way, but it is for general appearance, the strength of the rear pasterns. The third place doe is going over the fourth place doe with less tendency to be spongy on those pasterns. She's moving about the ring. She will yield to the front end assembly on this doe. This fourth place doe just has a beautiful extension of brisket. Also in this black doe, she also excels in that general appearance with her is the width between the hocks as she's on the move, the width up into that escutcheon. It's got a beautiful promise for our mammary system to come on her. She also has the slight advantage in dairy strength. She's a little bit more pliable in that skin, slightly more open in that ribbing than the doe standing here in 405. It is for that dairy strength, that length of bone pattern throughout today, that openness of that rib, that angularity and sharpness of those withers today. And then also in general appearance, a doe that's just showing me more correct set to that feet, tracking straighter in the rear legs when you watch her walk away from you than the doe standing here in 5/6. It is for the body capacity today, the doe that is deeper in that heart guard, deeper in that rear barrel with that increasing depth, giving us that dairy wedge, the width of chest to her, and also in dairy strength, that openness of ribbing, the springer rib than the doe standing here at the end of the line. I really like this beautiful long dairy neck that this doe has here, and we'll commend her for that today.
I'm going to jump in real quick here and announce that our senior doe was exhibited by Colleen Haynes, and your reserve senior doe was exhibited by Liam Keeney. We are selecting our grand champion registered doe on our meat goat side. Your junior kid is exhibited by Colleen Haynes, your reserve by Elliot Weishauer. Your champion yearling doe is exhibited by Liam Keeney, and your reserve by Wyatt Keeney. And your senior doe is being exhibited by Colleen Haynes, and your reserve by Liam Keeney.
On the Dairy Goat side, our La Mancha Immediate Kid class, first place was Wyatt Snyder, second, Estella Gover, third, Estella Gover, fourth, Wyatt Snyder, fifth, Ball, and sixth, Hunter Huff. If you're following your program, it'll read down the side 2, 6, 3, 5, 4, and 1. In the ring now will be our La Mancha Senior Kids.
Incredibly happy with our division lineup as we come back here to pick our registered champion. And honestly, 3 does that all similar in terms of their build and natural width and squareness. I don't think they're the same in terms of maturity pattern and where they fit in terms of stage of game. We start talking about youngest doe. I think this one, especially in division, actually reads really unique, and this one's going to have a long game future. That is a late maturing, tall fronted one that's naturally progressive in terms of its pin width and upper hip shape. That one's neat in terms of its chest floor and its time. That one's underlines right as a baby. I can only imagine when that thing gets to be a monster big doe, how that one's going to progress. Is she a little rounder hip? Sure. Do I think her shape's actually 100% right? Honestly, if I were you and showing her, I'd probably stretch her rear leg that much. Keep her chest right, but make her kind of stretch out, because I think that's more of a conversation where it goes, because she's long hip. But I think that doe is really neat in terms of her head shape and where she fits in terms of requirements of registered does. The moderate one stands out of the second division. I think this one's ultra complete. I'm still going to be incredibly complimentary in terms of strength of pastern, but spring a step as she goes. Ultra square in terms of where her feet lay down. Really good in terms of just being practical and still balanced in terms of her head and neck. You study her out here, and moderation is placed to her advantage and disadvantage simultaneously when you study her in terms of genuine width, from hip shape and width and dimension collectively throughout. I think the does on either side of her actually spread just a little wider in terms of mass and dimension, but I love the proportions of where that one fits in the practicality. Unique doe out of the older division, and honestly more in our working clothes. I think that one's utters and okay and nice. I think that she fits together really well, including her mouth. And we start studying her square-chested, love the feature. But honestly, one of the things that I probably admire the most as we step back and actually study her from the three-quarter view and from behind, that one's hip shape, pin width, and squareness is actually ultra impressive in how big and dimensional she is from behind, not in terms of shape, but just genuine density and width collectively. I think that's a very nice doe. She'll win. The doe behind her kind of resembles her second division in that black doe, where she's really, really nice made, really good at the surface and feet, really proportional where he goes. I do think that's the chubbiest doe in this particular lineup that doesn't really have the width and dimension. The conversation really lies here on where I want to go. Do I want to project this one or take her for what she is today? And I think that's really where it gets interesting for me. Honestly, I think the one that's probably got more quality pieces and's probably got a bigger upside future is going to be the little doe. She'll be 2.
Your grand champion registered doe came out of your senior doe division and was exhibited by Colleen Haynes. Your reserve grand champion registered doe came out of your junior kid division and was also exhibited by Colleen Haynes. Sponsors include Wildlife Taxidermy, James and Maribel Wood, and Bounds Accounting Services, Getz's Candy Company, and Carroll County Farm Bureau. We are now moving on to our registered bred and owned doe division. Looking for entries from Alyssa Costa, Colleen Haynes, Trenton Horrocks, Colleen Haynes, Alexis Horrocks, and Elliot Weishauer. While both of our judges are busy right now, I'd like to let all of you know that my lost and found pile has already started growing. We have found a harness in the bathroom and also a lady's earring. So parents, check your kids because we're already down one harness.
Again, I can't emphasize the importance of what I think about this bred and owned class, and I'm not going to sit there and describe each goat as well as I did before, because we've done that 2 or 3 times and embargoed a lot of these. I think they come in this order: really nice dapple doe, really good red doe that's really unique, a very practical one that needs more wolf is kind of how it works, then some goats that just need more dimension and power. This is a special class. And I want to make that very clear that these kids are the ones doing it year-round and making selection decisions and learning. We're always learning management, but they're taking the next level that brings in the breeding proportion and some different financials. So my congratulations to all 5 of them. Give them a big hand as they exit the ring.
Congratulations, your champion bred and owned registered doe was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer. Second went to Colleen Haynes with Sexy Red. Third to Alyssa Costa. Fourth to Trenton Horrocks. And fifth to Alexis Horrocks. We are now ready to move into our dam and daughter division. We have entries from Alexis and Trenton Horrocks, Alyssa Costa, and Colleen Haynes. Dam and daughter, 4 entries.
In our senior kid class in our La Mancha division here, and wow, is a lot of quality out here from the head of the line to the tail of the line here. Each doe has a lot of quality about them here, but I think this doe at the head of the line, starting from my right to my left, just excels the class today. In general appearance, she's level over that top line. She's the most level over that run from hips to pins. She's the most correct in that front end assembly, showing us the greater extension of brisket, the fullness at the point of elbow, keeping that point of elbow tight against the chest floor, then the doe standing in 2. 2 over 3 is for her ranges today in dairy strength. We start out with a longer, leaner neck, tying higher up into that front end assembly, and then a longer bone pattern when you view her from the side. A little bit more softer and more pliable skin in her. In terms of general appearance, a doe that's stronger in that run, being flatter from throw to throw and longer from hips to pins than a doe standing here at 3. 3 over 4, it is for her ranches today. In general appearance, the strength of the feet and legs, the width between the hocks when she's on the move, the straightness of that front leg being more perpendicular underneath the withers than a doe standing here in 3. She is going to yield to the tremendous body capacity that this white doe has here in 4. 4 over 5 here, it is for that body capacity, that width and depth of heart girth and chest, that depth of that rear barrel. And when you get your hands on her, she's more spring in she has more spring of rib to her. She's more open in that ribbing than a doe standing here in 5. In terms of general appearance, a doe that's wider in that rump from the toe to the throw and wider in that loin coming back into the hip. 5/6, close placing between these two does. I feel the advantage today is in general appearance, the strength of the back, especially in the area of the chine with less tendency to dip when she's on the move. She's also flatter in that rump from hips to pins than a doe standing here in 6. She will yield to the tremendous bone length here, and it is for that dairy strength, that length of bone when viewed from the side, that openness, the sharpness of those withers, that longer, leaner neck, more sculpted and clean about the throat latch that this doe in 6 goes over 7. The doe also that's fuller at the point of elbow and more incurving at the thigh when you view her from the side. And 7/8, it is for the advantage today in general appearance in that rump. A doe is showing me a more length of rump from hips to pins, flatter from throw to throw. And in terms of front end assembly, a doe that blends more smoothly in that front end assembly with the legs more perpendicular underneath the withers, tighter at the point of elbow. This doe here at the end of the line, if you could get your hands on her, this doe has such spring of rib to her. It is truly amazing. She's open in that ribbing, and they're just well-rounded ribs there, and we commend her for that today.
That was your La Mancha Senior Kid class. In first, Wyatt Snyder. Second place was Liam Reeder. Third place, Liam Reeder. Fourth place, Emma Albaugh. Fifth place, Weston Huff. Sixth place, Lloyd Albaugh. Seventh place, Emma Albaugh, and eighth place, Lane Huff. In the ring now will be our dry yearling La Manchas.
Your champion, Damon Daughter, registered, was exhibited by Colleen Haynes. Second went to Trenton Horrocks. Third to Alexis Horrocks. That concludes our registered doe show. We are now starting our registered buck show. In the ring at this time, we're bringing junior buck kid 3 to 6 months. We should have 3 entries: Colleen Haynes, Liam Keeney, and Addison Wagner. Our next class will be class 3, registered junior buck 6 to under 9 months.
We're going to go ahead and start with the young ladies buck to win. I just think this is a very complete one that honestly does a lot of things right. Tall shouldered, really neat in terms of his sternum, where he goes, progressive in terms of his width. That's the one that best profiles and best in terms of his skeleton, specifically the hip to his length to his hip and rear leg, and how he's able to utilize it and stay square as a result of that. Just very complete, practical one. Next two, there's a little give and take too. Obviously, there's more bulk and mass in the buck we have second, and I'll admit that readily. He's rounder and steeper out of his hip. He doesn't have the same flex and comfort. Because of that, he's too long and short in his or long and soft in his pastern. I like to go ahead and change him and alter him his rear leg and just give him a little more pizzazz. Actually, pizzazz is where I like to dabble quite a bit. In terms of his lines and how he fits out of his front end, I like the attractiveness. He's still got stout skull. He actually touches squarer and bigger than maybe we expect with some expression. He needs more bulk. He needs to be wider and bolder in his rib. And as much as I like his lines, he reads way too straight out of his rear leg without the flexibility. I need to go ahead and give him a little more fluidity in motion.
Our dry yearling class in our La Mancha division here, and those that I really like both of them, but I feel the advantage today is in dairy strength. The length of bone pattern that this doe has here in first place over the doe in second. Just a longer bone pattern throughout today. She's slightly sharper, more angular in those withers today. In terms of general appearance, a doe that carries a slightly more advantage in the width between the hocks as she moves away from you. She will yield to the tremendous body capacity that this doe has here into, and I really commend her for that, and that width of chest here on these two dry yearlings.
In our La Mancha dry yearling class, first was Wyatt Snyder. Wyatt Snyder was also second. We are now going to choose our La Mancha junior champion, so we need your first and second place winners from the junior La Mancha classes to come in.
On the buck side over here, we have the one and only Archer, is what I was told out here. And honestly, this dude's kind of nifty. That's a tall shoulder, neat fronted one that you step right in behind over top of him. He's actually really square and dimensional down his back. He's square from hock to ground. He's got a good look. I like his strength of his pasterns. Maybe like the length in his hip that much. And I think then he takes a different gear in terms of what he represents. But I look forward to seeing him back in just a moment. That dude's got a lot of really neat, useful pieces.
Catching up here on the meat goat buck side, your class 3 registered junior buck, Elliot Weisshower, was first. Coming into class 4 registered junior kid 9 to under 12 months, we have a single entry by Colleen Haynes.
Buck in this class honestly looks like he wants to go to work and more than he wants to eat and be ready for this presentation, which is fine. I like the high libido in them. They got to go do what they're supposed to at some point. We step back and study him, the extension stretch. I think the athleticism out of his rear leg is really good, but it honestly gets awkward with too much flex and maybe not quite as much strength in the back. And obviously, he's more in his working clothes is how it's presented. We'd like to see some more bulk, but dude wants to go back and do what he's supposed to do, so we'll have him out here for just a moment more.
Results of class 4, Colleen Haynes first. We're going to pick your champion junior kid buck at this time. We're looking for Colleen Haynes from class 2 with Addison Wagner in a second, and then Elliot from class 3 and Colleen from class 4.
Really a lot of quality and promise of these junior La Mancha goes out here, starting here to my left with this junior kid here, or intermediate kid. Just a lot of sharp angularity about this doe. She's got a great extension of brisket. She stands on strong feet and legs as she moves about the ring. This senior kid here just carries a lot of depth and maturity, showing us a lot of vigor today for her age and maturity today. Bubbleness over that top line. Again, her width between her hocks, that front end, that necktie high up into that front end assembly. And then there's just strong, powerful dry yearling here at the head of the line. Just a beautiful long dairy doe, open in that ribbing when you get your hands on her. A lot of substance of bone to her. When I look up and down the line here, I think there's a doe that has a slight advantage today in general appearance, that extension of brisket with the legs being set more perpendicularly underneath the withers today. The more levelness over the top line, and the more smoothly easily moving about the ring here. Carries slight more width between the hocks as she's on the move. She tracks slightly truer when she walks away. That is going to be my intermediate kid, is going to be my junior champion.
As we come to the conclusion of our registered buck show, we didn't have a lot of numbers, but I do think there's some significant quality out here. The youngest buck out here, as we said in class, I read him very practical, very opened up and square in terms of where he fits. I like his body shape. I like the softness that he has in his rear flank. Just reads productive where he goes. And what I think his significant advantage in this particular lineup is his length of hip and sharp and security at his hock. I like that dude at the surface quite a bit. I like the fact that he does have that longer hip, which gives him more flexibility. He's young. We'll see where he goes. I don't know if he's going to be the neatest one in terms of how he assembles his front end and maybe out of the backside of his shoulder. Love his body shape and love his stallness, his skull shape, and the masculinity he's already exposing right now, even before he really gets into his real working clothes and maturity, but that's where he fits. The one and only Archer's got really unique peaches. That dude, in terms of where we set out of the base of his sternum and the squareness of his chest, the flatness of his shoulder, actually is pretty impressive. And then you get right on top of him. He's the biggest one, not just because of his weight, but the shape, the turn to the backside of his rack and how he sits back over his loin edge is actually pretty neat. I like him in terms of his lines. If I was going to alter him in one way that probably most significantly impacts me in terms of how I look at him is his hip of length, if I can talk. He just gets a little shorter or rounder. The shape to his hock is right, but maybe he doesn't stay as fluid and square because he's just limited in terms of his lever coming out of the top side. With that being said, I'm not saying he's not right, because he's not, but I don't think he's necessarily wrong either. It's just an alteration where I want to go. The dude here with the snip nose on the end is wanting to be a jackwagon, just to be quite frank with you, and he wants to go back and do whatever he wants to do. Very loose, very flexible type of buck that's certainly solid masculinity and a lot of hormone secretion at this particular time. He just needs to want to be a show goat today in terms of both his appetite and his presentation, and he's not one to play. But I think that's a very useful buck nonetheless. We're using the one and only Archer for champion.
We bring in our second place intermediate kid here for the reserve junior champion out here. Just really excels in general appearance, levelness over the top line, the width of rump from toe to toe. And then you couple that with the substance of bone, but you also maintain the femininity and that dairyness about this doe. I love the beautiful head on this doe. She's wide that much. All that width back through out here. For the advantages today, in dairy strength, the sharpness of those withers, the angularity of that rib when you get your hands on her today. In terms of general appearance of doe, has more extension of brisket to her today. She's fuller at the point of elbow. She's tighter at that point of elbow. And that's going to be my senior kid, is going to be my reserve junior champion.
And our La Mancha junior champion was Wyatt Snyder, and reserve junior champion was also Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we will have Wyatt Snyder's milking yearling.
Your grand champion registered buck was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer, and your reserve grand champion buck was exhibited by Colleen Haynes and came out of your youngest buck division. Those awards were sponsored by Lowe's Purple Vision Show Feed, Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. We're now going to bring in our bred and owned registered bucks. I believe we have two. One is exhibited by Addison Wagner, and we have a write-in of Elliot Weishauer. At the conclusion of picking our champion bred and owned, we are going to move into our Supreme Doe and Buck selection. Thank you.
Single entry in our La Mancha yearling milking class here, and a doe just really excels in mammary system today. A doe that's well supported in that medial suspensory ligament, keeping that udder up and that escutcheon, showing me a lot of lateral attachment to her. An extension of fore udder that's a wide extension fully into that rear barrel. She also couples that with dairy strength. She's that long, beautiful dairy neck into that long bone pattern throughout. We'll give her a blue ribbon today.
The bred and owned buck, again, a special class. We just talked about both of them. He won the owned show, so he'll win the bred and owned as well. The one thing I want him to really emphasize too is honestly his twist shape and the lower leg shape in that dude, especially in that full blood division. Very nice. Nice bucks both ways.
Our La Mancha milking yearling, first place went to Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we will have our La Mancha milking 2-year-olds.
Congratulations to Elliot Weisschauer, champion bred and owned registered buck, and Addison Wagner was second. We are going to select our Supreme doe at this time. Your commercial doe was exhibited by Alyssa Costa. Your registered doe was exhibited by Colleen Haynes. This will be selection again of your Supreme doe.
You know, I think both sides were really good. When you talk about the registered and the commercials, I thought probably there was a little more uniqueness in spots of the commercials. I thought the top end of the registered was really, really good. As we get to the conclusion of this deal, and I'll have a couple of comments before the buck that I want to just put in everybody's mind as we start and open it up Fair Week. I think that these both represent each other well. They're bold rib, they're wide constructed, they've got density, they've got skull shape. As we step back and study them both individually, the commercial doe, as we talked before, I love that one in terms of her chest. I thought she needed to be leveler in her hem. The density in terms of her base of her leg, her underlying progression, her other quality, I think actually still supremes out here where we start studying her. I think coming at me, both of them are neat. That one's probably just a little more tucked back in terms of her sternum, and I like her skull shape. Where I'd like to alter her is, again, that slope to her hip. I don't know if she's quite as fluid as we go out, and maybe even though she's got more mass, honestly the doe behind her in terms of squareness from her chest to her knee is actually just a nickel better where she sits down in her feet. The doe behind her is more elevated about her front end and follows more of that conversation collected around her top line. And honestly, even though she doesn't have the lower third of the commercial, which I would anticipate, I study that doe in terms of her pin width, not in terms of her pin location that just gives her more aesthetic and functional, but her upper pin width and hipness and square. I think she has an advantage, and not only in terms of feature. Here's the deal, kid. You've been bridesmaid all day. It doesn't matter until you need to be the bride at the right moment. Congratulations, you have Supreme.
Your Supreme champion doe came out of your registered division and was awarded to last year's senior, Colleen Haynes. We're now going to select our registered buck grand champion. Your commercial buck grand champion was Lexi Zepp. And your registered buck was Elliot Weisschauer.
Well, first and foremost, this is a conclusion of me for the day, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing my voice over this mic. I appreciate the invitation. I'm glad to be able to finally get to Carroll County, and honestly, today's been a lot of fun. I like the diversity of the day in terms of kinds of livestock, representations of what programs are trying to drive for. I like the diversity in terms of breeds, males, females, all the above. I don't know what I am or am not, but I like to try to think of myself as a stockman, and as a stockman, to be able to appreciate quality in different forms and directions is something I really strive to do. I've taught teams for years. Let's appreciate them for where they are and understand where they fit and represent that. So thank you for that invitation. It's been fun. The biggest thing I want to say, and I'm not going to make a big spiel necessarily today, but I want to remind you, because this is the beginning of Fair Week, of two things. And I know livestock still rolling in. Some of these will roll out. But let's keep things in perspective and not lose the forest and spite the trees for the week. One, be competitive. Play to win. I'm all in. Go to war. But this one's special. A county fair needs to represent the community, especially this far east coast, and represent agriculture. This is the biggest impact we have at county fairs across the country and community. We need to represent ourselves with class and education. 2, this is bragging rights for the year, but these projects are special because they teach more than other youth activities. Tell me another project that has the ability to show husbandry. You have to care for livestock that depend on you for it to be able to survive, let alone be able to thrive. You need to understand nutrition, health, genetics, reproduction, and finance. There isn't another project like it, so make sure that you take advantage and thank those who got you here. The last thing I like to keep in mind is because this is what this week's about. I'm sure there's not been a harsh word said today, nor there will be a harsh word said all week between families or parents or kids. The whole point of this week is supposed to be family memories and a sense of community to come together. Keep that in mind through the week as you're going through the ups and downs, the highs and lows, the exhaustion and the praise and the disappointment. Because at the end of the week, you need to spend time with friends, you need to spend time with family, and moms and dads, you get 10 years. That's it. I have a very bad job of trying to slow down, and this was our first year at 4-H, but I realized that how quick the last decade went and how much faster the days get every day. Please keep that in mind to enjoy time with friends, create memories, and keep things into perspective. Go to war, be competitive. I'm all in, and competition can breed success and make kids better. Iron sharpens iron, but don't let it feed the devil you don't want to feed, the wolf that's evil underneath, and keep that in mind. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to stop talking philosophy. You can sit in a van and we can have that conversation later. 2 really nice bucks that represent. Yeah, thank you. 2 really nice bucks that sit and really do a good job and represent different divisions in terms of the commercial side, which would probably be more weather focused versus the full-blood side. I think this one's really good and soft in terms of body shape. I love him in terms of his density of foot and bone. I think he does those things really, really well. And honestly, he looks a little flat from the side, and I'll admit that readily in terms of the deviation to his lower rib and his lower third of his skeleton. He's really square behind his shoulder, and I admire that quite a bit. I think he's a little plainer in terms of his front, not only in terms of his attachment, but his sternum, a little rounder out of his hip, and maybe when you get him to drive, he starts showing that turn just that much and kind of walks cowboy-legged like me. Not that I'm a cowboy, I'm not that cool. The buck that comes out of a registered division, as I said before, I'd like to go ahead and give him that much more length of hip. I think that would completely change that guy in terms of taking a whole nother gear and where he can drive and has his ceiling at. With that said, his chest floor is square, his shoulder fits in right, the progression as he fits a roundness of upper rib and expression collectively throughout, and his stifle shape and his hock shape's really, really good. I just want to make him that long, much longer in terms of his pelvis, and man, that dude would take a whole nother direction. The one that sits with more qualities, the registered buck, he'll be your champion. Congratulations.
Monka milking 2-year-old class. First was Wyatt Snyder, second Wyatt Snyder, third Emma Allball, and fourth Emma Allball. Program reads 2-1-4-3. Next to the ring will be your La Mancha milking 3-year-old class.
We wrapped up our breeding meat goat show with Supreme Champion Buck. That award was sponsored by Jerry and Pat Brunst. Your Supreme Champion Meat Goat Doe was sponsored by CBS Farms Feezer Family. We would like to thank all our sponsors for our shows today. We would like to thank all of our committee members, and go to the backdrop and get your pictures. Thank you.
Single entry in our 3-year-old La Mancha doe here, and a doe that really needs some competition out here with her. She really excels in general appearance, the levelness over that top line, the width of that top line, the length and width of rump today, the strength of feet and legs, couple that with that body capacity, that deep heart growth, that increasing depth of that barrel, giving us that dairy wedge out here. She's on an extended lactation, so she's not quite as in bloom as we would like her today, but you can still see the lateral attachment, the strength of that medial suspensory, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place La Mancha milking 3-year-old went to Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we will have Estella Gover with her 4-year-old milking La Mancha.
Single entry in our 4-year-old La Mancha milkers here, and it just really excels in general appearance. The strength of feet and legs all the way around, the correctness of those angulations, rear leg set there, and then also in terms of mammary system, Adela just showing us a lot of production today, capacity, that rear mammary system in that forerunner, a lot of height and width up into that escutcheon, a lot of medial suspensory support here, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place milking La Manchas went to Estella Gover. In the ring now will be milking 5-year-olds.
Our 5-year-old milkers here, and one going over 2 for her advantages today. In general appearance, the levelness of their top line, especially the strength in the loin area, with less tendency to roach on the move, more level over that rump from hips to pins. And in terms of mammary system, a mammary that's showing us more balance and symmetry when you view her from the side, view her from behind, showing us more capacity to that rear mammary system, more strength in medial suspensory ligament than the doe standing here in 2. I really admire the openness of this doe, and you can look at her and see that open and spring a rib on her, and I commend her for that today.
Our La Mancha milking 5-year-old class, first was Estella Gover, second was Emma Albaugh. We are ready to pick our La Mancha senior champions, so if you could please have your first place winners of the milking classes in the ring.
what a great group of lineup for our senior champion out here today, starting with this 5-year-old doe. We definitely have some different types out here. We have the old school and the new school out here. I don't care what school you belong to. If you got a good goat, you got a good goat. This 5-year-old doe just really excels in body capacity, the depth, the width throughout, and that mammary system, the height and width of that mammary up into the escutcheon. This 4-year-old doe, just a beautiful long dairy doe, open in that ribbing, very productive and showing us a lot of capacity in that rear mammary system. This 3-year-old doe, that maybe she doesn't have the bloom of udder today out here, but she has the strength of feet and legs, the levelness over the top line. This 2-year-old doe, again, just a very dairy doe, tying that neck high up into the withers, showing me great extension of fore udder, openness of that ribbing and the width of rump. Then this milking yearling back here, just really admire the length of bone pattern this doe has and the productive mammary system that we're seeing on her today. I think there's an easy winner out here that just really excels the in the mammary system, showing us the most height and width up into that escutcheon, the greatest extension of forerunner to her today, the most productivity, the most balance and symmetry, coupling that with general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, the levelness over the top line, levelness over that rump, plus the added depth and maturity. Our 5-year-old doe will be our senior champion. Now we get into the fun part of picking our reserve champion out here. And I think this is a closer placing out here. I think there's a little bit of trade-offs here and there between the two does that I think are your next contenders out there. I think your 4-year-old and your 2-year-old here are your contenders for reserve. For the advantage today in mammary system, the length of extension of fore udder, the smoothest of blending of that fore udder in terms of general appearance, the extension of brisket, being sharper in those withers, a little bit more open in that ribbing. I'm going to use my 2-year-old doe as my reserve senior champion.
Senior champion La Mancha was Estella Gover. Reserve champion was Wyatt Snyder. We need them to stay in the ring and bring in the junior champion so we can have our grand champion of the La Mancha show.
We bring our junior champion in here to compete with our senior champion and reserve senior champion for a grand and reserve grand here. I really admire the strength of feet and legs, the length of bone pattern, beautiful dairy neck tying high up into that front end assembly. She's just got to wait her time here. These two senior does are putting in the time, putting in the work up here. My senior champion will be my grand champion and my reserve senior will be my reserve grand. Best udder is going to be on our grand champion of the day today. She just excels all the other does today in the height and width, the strength of medial suspensory ligament, the lateral attachment, the width and length of fore udder attachment, the teeth placement on this stuff. She'll be our best udder today.
Grand champion La Mancha, sponsored by Aaron Bartolane, American National Insurance, went to Estella Gover, as well as Best Udder La Mancha, which was sponsored by Gooseridge Soaps. And Reserve Grand Champion La Mancha was sponsored by Kitchens by QBI, and that went to Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we will have our Nigerians. We do not have any junior Nigerians. We do have a milking 2-year-old to bring in.
2-year-old Nigerian dwarf milker here in a doe that's just showing us a lot of body capacity, the depth of that rear barrel with an increasing depth back into the flank, giving us that beautiful dairy wedge to her. She's opening that ribbing. When you get your hands on her, she's flat in that bone pattern. And in terms of mammary system, a mammary that's showing us a lot of extension of forerudder, width of extension of forerudder, and capacity of the rear mammary system. And we'll give her a blue ribbon today. Five-year-old Nigerian dwarf milker out here in a doe that's just really holding up to the test of time, showing us a lot of general appearance, strength of feet and legs all the way around, the correctness and the straightness of that foreleg, levelness of that top line, and then turns so she's deep and wide as she should be as she's mature. It carries a lot of depth of that heart growth, width of heart growth, the depth of that rear barrel, and memory system that's just showing us a lot of lateral attachments here, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today. All right, we're going to compete with these two Nigerian dwarf does here for senior champion and reserve senior champion. I'm going to go with this age doe at the head of the line. She excels in general appearance, the levelness over the rump, from hips to pins and throw to throw. She's stronger in the back, especially in the area of the chine. She's stronger on those feet and legs all the way around. She is also going to be my best udder of the Nigerian dwarf, giving me more extension, more lateral attachment when you view her from behind. Stronger in that medial suspensory ligament than those standing here in two. This 2-year-old doe will be my reserve senior champion. As there is no other does, the senior doe champion will be our grand champion, and reserve grand will be our reserve senior.
Grand champion Nigerian dwarf, best udder, and reserve grand champion Nigerian dwarf went to a Stella Dover. Grand champion Nigerian dwarf was sponsored by Dawn and James Schreiner. Nigerian reserve champion was sponsored by Sunley Creations, and best udder Nigerian was sponsored by CBS Farms, the Feezer family. We are now ready to start our Nubian goat show, and we will be starting with Nubian intermediate kids. attention dairy goat exhibitors, the judge has requested that when it is time for him to choose the best doe and show, he wants the other goat exhibitors to come in the ring. You don't have to bring a goat, you don't have to still be in your show whites, but he wants any goat exhibitors that are still in the barn to come in the show ring when he picks best doe of the show.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. The Miller family was looking for a halter. I have it at the announcer's table. Again, if the Miller family or a representative from the Miller family is still in the barn, we have your lost halter at the table. Thank you.
We're starting out our Nubian breed out here class with these juniors out here. Just again, a lot of quality between all four of these does up here. Another judge may flip-flop them around a little bit here, but I think one goes over two today for her advantages in general appearance. Doe is showing us the most correctness of the feet and legs all the way around. The strength of pasterns, especially in the rear pasterns. The doe standing here in two. She's showing us also more dairy strength. She's longer and leaner in that neck. She's longer in that bone pattern throughout than the doe standing here in two. 2 over 3. Kind of close placing between these two. We kind of trade off here and there with these two does. I think the advantage today is the general appearance. Having slightly more extension of brisket on this black doe. When you watch her walk away from you, she carries the most width up into that extension, the most width between the hocks. And in terms of dairy strength of doe, that's more open in that ribbing, softer and more pliable in that skin than the doe standing here in 3. 3 over 4 is from her ranges today in dairy strength. But doe showing us a little bit more vigor for her age today, a little bit more height and length bone to her as well, a longer, leaner dairy neck than the doe standing here in 4. And in terms of general appearance of doe, that's showing me more luminous over that two senior kids here in our Nubian division here, and then just again, I think you could argue either one of these up here, but I think today the advantage this Roundo has over the Lacto is in general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, especially in the area of the rear pasture's, with less tendency to be spongy on them when she's on the move. In terms of body capacity of the doe, that's deeper and wider in her chest floor, deeper in that heart growth, and slightly more deeper into that rear barrel, with the doe standing here in two. Once you get your hands on this doe is extremely open in her bone pattern, a lot of that soft, pliable skin that we talk about here in dairy strength, and we commend her for that today.
First and second place Nubian senior kid went to Wyatt Snyder. In the ring next will be Nubian dry yearlings.
We're just out here laughing, and in October I'm going to convention for relicensing out here, and I said, you guys are really making it a tough task for me and really putting me through my paces out here. One going over two today in these dry yearlings of our Nubian division here. A doe that just excels in dairy strength. She's longer in that bone pattern. She's a little bit more open in that ribbing. In terms of general appearance, a little bit more desirable breed characteristic about that head, a little more definition to that Roman nose, the correct length of ears to that doe, and it carries a little bit more width between the hocks when she's on the move. I just love the front end assembly on this spotted doe here. The smoothness of blending of that front end, shoulders tight, held tight against that body wall, and that extension of brisket. We'll commend her for that today.
First place Nubian dry yearling was Estella Dover. Second was Wyatt Snyder. Now in the ring, we're going to have our Nubian junior champions.
selection of our junior champion in our Nubian division here, starting with our intermediate kid here all the way to my left. Just know that's really correct into her feet and legs, level over that top line. And then you come up to the senior kid, again, just a lot, there's a lot of length of bone to her, a lot of dariness, openness about her when you get your hands on her. Just try yelling at the head of the line. Again, just smooth blend in front of it. Long over that top line, beautiful breed character about the head. I think there's an advantage out here today in general appearance. You went to go into boxing, right? That's how you train for boxing, right there. Bill out here just excels in general appearance. The correctness of the feet and legs, the front legs set more perpendicular underneath the withers. She's the strongest on her pasterns all the way around. She goes beautiful level top line. That's going to be my intermediate kid who's going to play kangaroo out here. Is going to be my junior champion today. Oh, that's entertainment value. We bring our second place intermediate kid out here, and it's just, again, it's just a beautiful extension of brisket on this though. When you get your hands on her, that skin is just so soft and pliable. You could almost just, just hold it to your face like a pillow. It'd just be wonderful. I think there's a deal out here that has the advantage now. In all appearance, just the smoothness of that front end assembly, a little bit more correct on those rear leg set angulation when you view it from the side, a little bit more levelness, ties her that neck higher up into that front end assembly. My senior kid will be my reserve junior champion.
Nubian junior champion went to Estella Gover, her intermediate kid, and Nubian reserve junior champion was Wyatt Snyder with his senior kid. Now in the ring, we will have Nubian milking 3-year-olds.
a 3-year-old class of Nubian milk this year, going from my right to my left here. One thing I would do today, from her range in general appearance, the strength of feet and legs all the way over the pasture's, the shortness of them as well. In terms of mammary system, our mammary showing us more height and width to that rear udder, the strength of the medial suspensory ligament, the placement of the teats on the udder floor in proximity to the medial suspensory ligament, and the doe standing here too. 2 level 3, some trade-offs between these two does. I feel the advantage today is in the mammary system. Mammary that's showing us more balance between the halves when you're viewing from behind, more height and width up into escutcheon than the doe standing here in 3. In terms of dairy strength, it's more angulated in that rear rib back to that flank today, and more open in that ribbing today. I do admire the length that it still has from the side profile, and will commend her for that today.
First place Nubian milking 3-year-old was Estella Dover. Second, Wyatt Snyder. Third, Wyatt Snyder. In the ring, we will have Nubian milking 5-year-old and older.
Single inch in our 5-year-old Nubian milker class here. First I'm going to talk about this head on this doe. This is just a gorgeous Nubian head and that beautiful Roman nose. And then you get into the dairy strength as there's a long bone pattern throughout. And you get back to this mammary system that's productive, well supported, laterally attached, strong in that medial suspensory ligament here. I like the tight teats. Some people, I like teeth for hand milking. I got big hands, so they don't really bother me here, but just a real beautiful doe for a 5-year-old doe, and we'll give her a blue ribbon.
Estella Dover was first place 5-year-old Nubian. In the ring now, we will have our Nubian selection of senior champion.
We're going to do it down here for our senior champion today, this 5-year-old doe, just really standing the test of time, the strength of feet and legs, the width of rump on her. This 3-year-old doe, just powerful mammary system on this doe. Great extension of full udder and strong in that medial suspensory ligament, coupling it with the depth body today. Just for her depth of body, the mammary system showing more height and width up into that escutcheon. The strength of feet and legs, the straightness of that foreleg, especially over the area of the knee. My 3-year-old is going to be my senior champion today.
Wyatt Snyder, we need your Nubian milking 3-year-old.
We bring our second place 3-year-old in here to compete with this 5-year-old doe for reserve senior champion, and I admire the capacity of that rear udder to this doe here, but I think I'm going to go out to my 5-year-old here for the dairy strength, the length of bone pattern, the width and levelness of that rump, the strength of the full udder attachment today. Not to take away from this powerful the 3-year-old doe, my 5-year-old will be my reserve senior. Okay, so now I need the brown junior champion in the ring. Y'all didn't know you were going to get a entertainment show out here with your Dairy Goat show. Let me bring this junior champion in here to compete with our senior reserve senior champion, and I really admire the general appearance on this doe, the dairy strength of her. She's just missing that mammary system and also the test of time, the body and the maturity up here. I'm going to stick with our senior champion as our grand champion, and she will also be our best udder of the Nubian show, and I'm going to stick with our reserve senior as our reserve grand champion today.
Grand champion and reserve grand champion of the Nubian show went to Estella Gover with her 5-year-old and her 3-year-old. Nubian grand champion was sponsored by Amber Erb. Nubian reserve grand champion by Autumn Lippy, and Nubian best udder was sponsored by Duncan Leach. We are now ready for the Oberhasleys.
As we get to watch this intermediate Oberhausen kid walk around the ring, I just really admire this doe, its general appearance, the strength of her feet and legs, the smoothness, the blending of that front end assembly, the levelness over that top line. You couple it up with the beautiful dairy strength. She ties that beautiful dairy neck high into the withers and opening that ribbing and soft and pliable in that skin here. We'll give her a blue ribbon today. just to make the exhibitor smile a little bit. There we go.
First place was Emily Sanders with her intermediate kid. Next in the ring will be Emily Sanders with her senior kid.
So we bring in our senior kid here, Doe, that just really excels in general appearance. The straightness of that forward leg, the smoothness of the front end assembly, the tightness of the point of elbow here, the levelness over that top line. In terms of dairy strength, the Doe is sharp and angular throughout here. Let's get this dairy cow showman, a big round of applause for coming to the Dairy Goat world.
First place senior kid was Emily Sanders. In the ring now will be Emily Sanders with her dry yearling.
Single entry in our dry yearling warehousing doe here. I just love the bleed character about the head here, the strong wide forehead or head there. Carries a lot of width through the muzzle back through the whole body to her. That appropriate wider forehead, that strong jaw on her today. The levelness over that top line. You couple that with a body capacity of doe that's just really showing us a lot of spring of rib, a lot of depth of body to her, depth of heart depth that will give her a blue ribbon today.
First place dry yearling was Emily Sanders. We are ready for Emily to bring in her junior champion selections.
Selecting our junior champion, our Oberhausen division out here. I think there's one doe that just excels today in general appearance in the front end assembly, being fuller and tighter at the point of elbow, being held against that chest floor. She's showing me the width of line over the top line. She's showing me the most correct set of feet of legs. She carries the most width between the hocks when she's on the move. My senior kid here in the middle will be my junior champion. Picking reserve champion, I think it comes down to the strength of general appearance, the feet and legs, the width between the hocks, the straightness of those back legs as you're watching her walk away from you, the correctness of her tracking, the smoothness of that front end assembly, the sharpness of those sweaters. So I'm going to come back down to my intermediate kid for my reserves junior champion.
Junior champion and reserve junior champion Oberhausen was exhibited by Emily Sanders. Next in the ring will be Emily's milking yearling.
Single housing yielding no cost here, and Adobe really excels in memory system, showing us overall productivity and capacity to that memory system. The extension of the width of full rudder attachment on her, and when you view her from behind, the width of the rear rudder, the strength of that medial suspensory ligament, you couple that with the strength and that openness of that ribbing, the flatness of the bone pattern throughout, we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place milking yearling was Emily Sanders. Next in the ring will be Emily Sanders with her milking 2-year-old.
Single entry in our 2-year-old Oberhausen milking deli. Again, just a deli really excels in memory system. You put your hands on it, it's a soft, buttery texture to her, but she also couples that texture with capacity and with a memory system that's well attached both laterally, immediately, and then in the full rudder attachments, really blending into that rear barrel. And again, she's just really open in that ribbing. She's flat in that bone pattern. She's angulated to that rear rib. We'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place milking 2-year-old was Emily Sanders. In the ring now will be milking 3-year-olds.
This is our 4-year-old Oberhausen doe here. Just really excels in general appearance. Again, certain characteristics about different breeds here we look for, and that just really exemplifies that Oberhausen head, that width of that forehead, the correctness of the coloring here today. But she also maintains femininity about that. She's clean in that throat latch as well. She's long in that dairy neck, open in that ribbing, and get back to this beautiful, gorgeous mammary system. A mammary that's well supported by that medial suspensory ligament, defining the halves, but not over-defining them. A beautiful lateral attachment, just all the way around, a very capacious doe. We'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place 4-year-old went to Emily Sanders. We now will be ready for a 5-year-old class.
set up and when she's moving around the ring. That's more level of the road walk from hips to pins and throw to throw. I just feel a little bit stronger medial suspensory ligament, a little bit more good to that rear rudder today. And it's going to be our full wheel. It's going to be my reserve senior champion.
Senior champion went to Emily with her age doe. Reserve senior champion also went to Emily with her 4-year-old doe. In the ring now, we'll be choosing our grand and reserve grand and best udder overhauling.
We're bringing our junior champion to compete with our senior and reserve senior for our grand and overall reserve grands here. Again, this doe just is really excelling in general appearance. The strength of feet, legs. She's coupling that with some dairy strength. We like the bone pattern, that beautiful dairy neck, the clean throat latch about her today. She's missing two ingredients to her recipe here, and that's those running airway systems ahead of her. I give these does 35 points up in front of her, and it's just a test of time out here. And so I'm going to stick with my age doe, my senior champion is going to be my grand champion and best udder of the Oberhausen breed, and then my reserve senior would be my reserve grand champion.
Grand champion went to Emily Sanders. That was sponsored by Weissler Farm Supply. Reserve grand champion Emily Sanders, which was sponsored by Boys. And Oberhausen's best udder went to Emily Sanders, and that was sponsored by Farm Supply Dairy Goods. Next in the ring, we will be ready for our recording grades for first class and intermediate kids.
Single entry in our intermediate recorded grade division here in the doe just really needs a lot of competition out here. She just really excels in general appearance. The strength of the feet and legs, the smoothness of running in that front end assembly, the levelness of that top line, you couple that with that dairy strength, that long bone pattern throughout, the openness, the sharpness, the angularity, the incline in the thigh, definitely deserving of a blue ribbon today.
First place recorded grade went to Wyatt Snyder. Our next class
our senior kid class with a recorded grade being local to the marriages to the Angela Lawrence. She's still learning here, supposed to be the age of she's going to leave her child. She's strong as well as to those front legs underneath the withers. She's tighter on those pointed toes. In terms of body capacity, again, I'm showing you that more increasing depth of body back into the rear barrel. She's going to yield to the tremendous length of bone pattern this tall, tight doe has here, and we'll commend her for that today.
Recorded grade senior kids class. First place was Emily Sanders. Second place was Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now will be recorded grade dry yearlings.
Single entry in our recorded grade dry yearling class here, and a doe that just really excels in dairy strength. She starts out with that beautiful long dairy neck, blending smoothly into that front end assembly high up. In terms of body length of bone, when you view her from the side, she's just a long bone pattern throughout. And he also excels in general appearance, being strong on those feet and legs, strong over that top line, with the form from throw to throw, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place recorded grade dry yearling was Wyatt Snyder. We are now ready for the selection of recorded grade junior champion.
We line up our recorded grade juniors here for our junior champion today. Starting in here at my right with this dry yearling, just a real strong, powerful doe. A lot of substance of bone to this doe while maintaining the femininity about her, the dairiness. And then this senior kid here, just a lot of depth and body to her, a lot of width of chest to her, a lot of vigor that we're seeing today in that growth for her age. And then this tall La Mancha type doe here at the end of the line. Just a long dairy doe, just a long bone pattern throughout, standing on strong feet and legs here. And if you look at her face here with our exhibitor, she's given him lots of manchitude out here. For the advantage today in dairy strength, a doe that's longer in her bone pattern, she's sharper in those withers. She's more angular in that ribbing when you get your hands on her. She's more soft and pliable in that skin. She stands on a little bit wider and more correct, squarely placed feet all the way around. My intermediate kid is going to be my junior champion. Oh, now you got to do that out here in the ring so everybody can see that. You thought no one saw it. All right, so now we're looking for our reserve here. I think the doe that just closely follows that doe, just for the dairiness, the overall length of bone pattern, the sharpness of those withers, the strength over the back. I'm going to go up to my dry yearling. Is going to be my reserve junior champion.
Junior champion and reserve junior champion of the recorded grade show went to Wyatt Snyder. We will be ready for the milking 2-year-old class.
our 2-year-old class of recorded grades here. One going over to today for her advantage today in memory system. The other showing us more balance and symmetry between the halves, much more overall capacity to this memory system. When you view it from the side, it's showing us more balance to her with 1/3 in front of the leg, 1/3 underneath the leg, 1/3 behind the leg. In terms of body capacity, a doe that's deeper in that chest floor, that deeper and wider in that chest floor, deeper in that heart growth, deeper in that rear belly. She also couples this with general appearance, the strength and levelness over that top line. And then the doe here standing in 2. 2 over 3 for her advantages today in general appearance, and especially in the area of the rump, with the doe that's more level over the rump from hips to pins, wider over the rump from throw to throw. Then the doe standing here in 2. And in terms of front end assembly, a doe that's tighter at that point of elbow, fuller at that point of elbow, more extension of brisket than a doe standing here in 3. And also in terms of mammary system, a mammary that's more supported by that medial suspensory ligament and more proper delineation of the teats placed on the other floor. I really admire the openness of ribbing that this doe has here in 3, and we'll commend her for that.
Our milking 2-year-old class for recorded grades, in first place was Wyatt Snyder, second place was Wyatt Snyder, and third place was Patrick Barber. We are ready for our milking 3-year-old class.
Our 3-year-old milking recorded grades here. One going over 2 for her advantages today. In general appearance, the doe is showing us the most correctness and levelness over the top line, especially in the area of the chine and the loin. Carries more width in that loin back into that hip, more smoothly blended from loin to hip. And in terms of rump, a doe that's longer in the rump, flatter in the rump from throw to throw. You know, she's standing on stronger feet and legs, more correct angulation to that rear leg set. And in terms of mammary system, a doe that's showing us the most height and width up into that escutcheon. That's showing us a lot of medial suspensory ligament support, lateral attachment support than the doe staying here too. 2 over 3, some trade-offs between these two does. I feel the advantage today is in dairy strength. A doe that's longer, leaner in that neck, sharper and more angular in that ribbing when you get your hands on her. She's a longer bone pattern. And in terms of mammary system, the doe is showing us more balance and symmetry when viewed from behind than a doe standing in 3. I really admire the openness and the spring of rib that this doe has here today, and the strength and the substance of bone, and we'll commend her for that.
Our recorded grade milking 3-year-old class, first place was Wyatt Snyder, second place was Wyatt Snyder, and third place was Hunter Huff. In the ring now will be recorded grade milking 4-year-olds.
single entry in our 4-year-old doe here, and a doe that just really excels in general appearance. The strength and feet and legs, the straightness of that foreleg. And you get up to her head here. We don't talk much about heads here, but this doe carries a lot of width about that head. She's strong in that jawline, and then she also maintains that femininity, got a clean cut throat lash, that beautiful dairy neck coming into that sharp and angular withers, and the openness of the ribbing. Her memory system is showing us a lot of width and extension of foreletter today, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place recorded grade milking 4-year-olds was Wyatt Snyder. In the ring now, we will have recorded grade milking 5-year-olds.
A 5-year-old recorded grade doe here, just really standing the test of time. She's showing us a lot of dairy strength. She's a long, lean, beautiful neck, well sculpted jawline there. She comes down into deep angulated ribs on her. Get your hands on that skin and it's just soft and pliable to her. And in terms of body capacity, a doe that's wide about the chest floor, deep in that heart curve, increasing depth in that rear barrel back to the flank here, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
Recorded grade milking 5-year-olds. First place was Hunter Huff. We are now ready for our recorded grade senior champion selection.
Looking for our senior champion and reserve senior champion in our recorded grade division here. Starting at the head of the line with this 5-year-old aged doe here, just showing us a lot of strength, the dairy strength, long, lean, beautiful neck, the sharpness and angularity of ribbing, openness of that ribbing and flatness of that skin. This 4-year-old here behind her, just a strong, powerful doe showing us a lot of substance of bone, the levelness over that top line, the extension of brisket. This 3-year-old here, just a powerful doe again, showing a lot of extension of brisket, substance of bone, a beautiful foreletter attachment. This 2-year-old doe here just really excelling in memory system, the height and width up into that escutcheon, coupled with a lot of body capacity to her, a lot of springer rib up here. We like that a lot too. When I look up and down these does, you know, this gets a little tight. There's some trade-offs between these two does. You have the age, maturity, these young doe, the older does up here. You have the promises of these younger does back here. I feel that one doe out here has the advantage today in body capacity. She's deeper, she's more well supported in that barrel system. She's wider in that barrel, she's wider in that chest floor. She couples that with general appearance and the strength of feet and legs, the straightness of the forelegs, and then you get that memory system. She has the most height and width up into the escutcheon. Our 2-year-old will be our senior champion today. you bring our second place 2-year-old Dylan here to compete for reserve senior champion, and we really admire the strength of general appearance that this doe has, the strength of feet and legs. And in terms of mammary system, the mammary is just beautifully laterally attached and strong in a medial suspensory ligament. You know, there's trade-offs between all these does and looking at him here, but I think the one that best competes for the reserve is the doe that just excels in general appearance, the strength of the rear pasterns, the tightness, the fullness of the point of elbow today. And in terms of mammary system, the mammary is showing me that has the greater lateral attachment, the stronger medial suspensory ligament. I'm going to stick in my 2-year-old class for my reserve senior champion.
Recorded grade senior champion and reserve senior champion went to Wyatt Snyder. Now we're ready to pull in the senior champion and the junior champion and pick the recorded grade grand and reserve grand champion.
We're bringing this junior champion here to compete with our senior champions and for overall grand and reserve grand. And we just admire looking at this doe here. Just a beautiful general appearance, the levelness over the top line, the smoothness of blending in that front end assembly, the depth of body that this doe has for her young age. Again, she's just missing 2 ingredients here, and that's those working mammary systems and the maturity that these 2 does have ahead of her. So I'm going to stick with our senior champion is going to be my grand champion and best udder of the recorded grade division, and my reserve senior champion will be my reserve grand champion today.
Wyatt Snyder was our recorded grade grand champion, which was sponsored by the Gover family. Our recorded grade reserve grand champion also went to Wyatt Snyder. That was sponsored by the Lippy family. And recorded grade best udder also went to Wyatt Snyder, and that was sponsored by Kitchens by QBI. We are now starting our Alpine class.
Single entry in our intermediate alpine kid class here in a doe that just really needs a lot of competition out here to compete with. She really excelled in general appearance, the levelness over that top line, the smoothness of blending from the hip, from the loin into the hip. She's naturally uphill standing when she's on the move. She's strong on those feet and legs. She's strong on those pasterns. And she couples that with a lot of body capacity, the depth and width of heart growth, the depth of rear barrel will give her a blue ribbon today.
Emily Sanders was our first place Alpine intermediate kid. In the ring now will be Alpine senior kids.
Single entry in our senior Alpine kid here class on a doe. Again, that just needs some competition out here to compete with her. She just really excels in body capacity. She's well supported and rounded in that barrel. She's got a lot of width and strength in that chest floor. In terms of dairy strength, the doe that's open in that ribbing, flat in that bone pattern, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today if the exhibitor smiles. We bring in our intermediate kid and our senior kid here to compete for junior champion and reserve junior champion. I feel that one has the advantage today in general appearance, the sharpness of those withers, the fullness of the cross, the more correct angulation to the rear leg set, more correct angulation to the hock, keeping that perpendicular rear leg set here. I'm going to go with my intermediate kid is going to be our junior champion, and our senior kid will be our reserve junior champion.
Alpine Junior Champion went to Emily Sanders. Reserve Junior Alpine also went to Emily Sanders. Now we are ready for our Alpine milking yearlings. The judge has asked that for best doe and show, those does be milked out prior to best doe and show class. So all the grand champions of all the different breeds, they will be milked out before best doe and show. If you have them in a group class, do not milk them out until after the group class.
Single engine or milking yearling Alpine doe that excels in the mammary system is showing us a lot of lateral attachment, a strength of medial suspensory ligament, the width and length of forearm attachment, the overall capacity to that rear udder when viewed from behind, the balance and symmetry when viewed from the side. She couples that with her dairy strength. She's more incurving in the thigh. She's sharp and angular in those withers. She's more open in that ribbing, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place milking yearling Alpine goes to Emily Sanders. In the ring now, we will have Alpine 3-year-olds.
Single entry in our 3-year-old Alpine doe here, and a doe that excels in mammary system, just showing us a lot of capacity to that mammary system when you view it from the rear and from the side. A doe that's really capacious in that forward, wide in that forward attachment. She's got a strong medial suspensory ligament holding that udder high up into that excutsion. And she's also a very dairy doe. She's very open in that ribbing. She's sharp and she's angular in that ribbing too. Flatter in that bone pattern, and definitely deserving of a blue ribbon today.
First place milking 3-year-old Alpine went to Emily Sanders. In the ring now will be Emily with her milking 4-year-old.
Single inch in our 4-year-old doe class, and again, a doe that just really excels in that mare, showing us a lot of height and width up into that excutsion. The placement of teats on the udder floor, the delineation of those teats. She couples that with appearance, straightness of that forward leg, strong on those pasterns all the way around. The width of rump from toe to toe, and we'll give her a blue ribbon today.
First place milking 4-year-old went to Emily Sanders. Next in the ring we'll have Alpine senior champions and reserve senior champion.
We're bringing our milking first place does out here to compete for senior champion and reserve senior champion. Just a real capacious mammary system on this yearling here all the way to my left. Just a lot of strength of medial suspensory ligament. Again, it's just another capacious dairy doe, sharp and angular, long, beautiful dairy neck, capacious mammary system on this doe ahead of her, and then this at the head of the line. Again, just a beautiful mammary system, laterally attached, coupling that with some general appearance strength in the feet and legs. When I look up and down the line here, I think there's competition is with these does at the head of the line. Not to take away this from this yearling, she just needs time to mature and a couple more freshings to compete with these does up here. I think that there's advantage today in general appearance, the strength of the feet and legs, especially in the area of the rear pasterns, being shorter and stronger on those rear pasterns. Also in terms of mammary system, I know they're showing much more overall udder support, both medially and laterally. I'm going to go up here with my 4-year-old is going to be my senior champion. We're going to drop back down to the doe right behind her for our reserve senior. She just excels the yearling today in general appearance. She's stronger over the back. She's more smoothly blended from that loin into that hip. She's wider in that loin. She's showing me more overall capacity to her system, so we're going to have her as our reserve senior.
Alpine senior champion and Alpine reserve senior champion both went to Emily Sanders. Now we need all the Alpines in the ring for champion, for grand champion, reserve grand champion, and best udder.
We bring this real stylish and uphill standing junior kid or junior in to compete with our seniors up here for grand and no reserve grand here. Just admire the strength of feet and legs, the levelness of the top line, the sharpness and angularity in the withers. She's just missing those working mammary systems and the maturity that these two does have stand ahead of her. So I'm going to stick with my senior champion will be my grand champion and best udder. She just excels in the area of udder attachment, both laterally and medially. Then the doe standing in here right behind her here is a reserve senior champion. So our reserve senior champion will be our reserve grand champion.
Alpine Grand Champion went to Emily Sanders. That award was sponsored by Eileen Boyce. Alpine Reserve Grand Champion, also won by Emily Sanders, and that was sponsored by Farm Bureau Women. Our Alpine Best Udder also went to Emily Sanders, and that was sponsored by Aaron Bartolane, American National Insurance. We are ready for you to bring in your best bred and owned junior does. We have Stella Gover, Emily Sanders, and Wyatt Snyder.
This is our best doe bred and owned by an exhibitor out here. I just feel that this Oberhausen doe just easily wins this class. She's the most correct in her feet and legs, the smoothest of that front end assembly, showing us the most extension of brisket out here. And she carries their back leg or tracks more back legs than the other two does standing here behind her. In the 203, close placing between these two does. I feel that the advantage today is in the dairy strength, where this doe has more substance of bone, but she also maintains that femininity. She also has just a slight advantage in general appearance, being a little bit wider in that rump from throw to foe in this Nubian doe here in third place. I really admire the front end assembly on this doe and that extension of brisket, and we'll commend her for that today.
Best bred known junior doe went to Emily Sanders, second was Estella Gover, and third was Wyatt Snyder. Coming in the ring will be best bred and owned senior doe.
our lineup for our best senior doe bred and owned. I have this Nubian type doe here, I just feel excels the rest of the class. In general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, the strength of the pasterns, the straightness of that foreleg, the levelness of that top line, coupling it with that dairy strength. She's open and she's angular. In that ribbing, she carries a lot of depth of body to her, and a mammary system that's well supported, both laterally and medially. She easily wins this class today. And 2/3 for her advantages today in that mammary system, just showing us much more overall capacity today. Doe that's milking through, I believe, just not showing us the bloom of mammary today. Strength of medial suspension ligament, a lateral attachment. She's more open in that ribbing. She's a little bit flatter in that bone pattern than the doe standing here in 3. 3/4 is for her dairy strength. The long, lean bone pattern throughout today. The openness of the ribbing, couple that with the general appearance, the levelness over the top line, especially in the area of the loin today over this Toggenburg doe here, standing in 4/5. It is for the advantage in the mammary system. The balance and symmetry between the halves when you view from behind, the correctness of the forerudder attachment, the capacity of that forerudder attachment, and then the strength of the rear legs are more correctly angulated than this doe standing here in 5. 5/6 it is for her body capacity. She's deeper in that heart growth. She's deeper in that rear barrel. She's wider in that rump from throw to throw than this Toggenburg type doe here at the end of the line. Very dairy doe and open in that ribbing, and we'll commend her for that today.
Best bred known senior doe went to Estella Gover. Second, Emily Senders. Third, Wyatt Snyder. Fourth, Lloyd Albaugh. Fifth, Hunter Huff. And sixth was Patrick Barber. In the ring now, we will have our dam and daughter.
So when you come in, I'd like you to face the fencing, and I would like the dam on my left. As an exhibitor, I know how hard it is to move groups of goats around, so I'm going to let you just stand there. I'm going to go with the La Mancha group over my Nubian style group here for 1/2. For the advantages today in general appearance, these does are the most correct on their feet and legs. They carry the most width between the hocks as you watch them, as we watch them walk around the ring today. They're wider up into that escutcheon, more open in that ribbing than the group here in 2. 2/3 for the advantages today. In general appearance, the correctness of the feet and leg. I feel like we lose a little bit with our daughter down here in our Oberhausen division. The correctness of the feet and legs, the straightness of the foreleg, the levelness and the smoothness of blending from the loin into that hip today. And my does here standing in 3. I really admire the openness of ribbing that these does have, and we'll commend them for that today.
Our champion daughter, dam and daughter, was Estella Gover. Second place, Wyatt Snyder. Third, Emily Sanders. Our next class will be Producive Dam.
our produce dam, I'm going to go with our La Mancha group here on my right over my Oberhausen group on my left here. Just for the most consistent between these two does, the correctness of the feet and leg, the levelness and the width over the top line, the sharpness about those withers, then these two really angular does in our Oberhausens.
Our produce of dam winner was Wyatt Snyder. That award was sponsored by Farm Bureau Women. Second place was Emily Sanders. Next class in the ring will be Get of Sire.
My Get a Sire class here, I'm going to go with the La Mancha group over the Oberhausen group. I just think that they have the most consistency between the does, excelling in general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, the levelness over the width of the top line, the most consistency in that Springer rib, the correctness in the rear leg set. They'll go over, again, these very open, balanced does here in my Oberhausen group.
Our Get of Sire champion, sponsored by the Dairy Goat Department, was Wyatt Snyder. Second was Emily Sanders. Next in the ring will be Dairy Herd. After the Dairy Herd class, breed champions, please milk out and then bring them back in the ring for best doe and show. Also want to remind you, Dairy Goat exhibitors, that the Dairy Goat exhibitors that are not in Best Doe and Show, the judge does want them to come in the ring when Best Doe and Show is chosen. And also, we need help from the Dairy Goat exhibitors to clean up the ring after the show.
This is an interesting dairy herd because now we're mixing breeds and all that, so it makes it fun and interesting. You get some different styles out here, some more powerful does, strong in the substance of bone out here, and then you get your dairy does that are just a little bit sharper, a little more angular, but we're looking for a balance between all three does against overall the scorecard here. So I'm going to start with the group here. Directly in the middle is going to be my first place group, the group all the way to my right here. They just excel on body capacity, the depth and heart growth, the depth and width of barrel, the strength and supportness of that barrel, and coupled with memory systems that are high and wide and have a beautiful arch to that rear udder up into that escutcheon. 2 over 3 placings between these two. There's trade-offs here. I feel the advantage today is in the appearance, the strength of the feet and legs, the smoothness of the front end assembly, the sharpness of the feathers. These the two Nubian style does and the toggle launcher of our Oberhausen Alpine crosses here. I just feel that they have that balance and that sharpness and the correctness of that dairy strength and body capacity overall group here. I really love the capaciousness of all these memory systems out here on our third place group, and we'll commend them for that.
Dairy Herd Champion went to Stella Gover. That award was sponsored by David and Mary Ann Miller. Second place is Wyatt Snyder, and third place was Emily Sanders. You can now milk out your champion does from each breed and bring them back in for best doe and show. reminders for after the conclusion of the goat show, we do need the goat ring cleaned of all the goat droppings that have been left behind, as well as the area outside the ring and the walkways will need to be swept and cleaned up also. As soon as you are done milking your grand champion goats, you can bring them to ringside and bring them in.
I see Wyatt outside the ring. I see Lloyd outside the ring. Just missing a few more.
Okay, please bring your grand champions of every breed in the ring to be chosen as best doe and show.
All right, next to last class today, just a wonderful group of exhibitors out here and a beautiful example of all our breeds of dairy goats out here. This is where I get long-winded. It's something that I've started doing, and I just want to take a moment and recognize our youth out here that are putting in all these hard hours and hard work out here. And I want you to hopefully feel that you were acknowledged today and you got to feel important today because you really are important to all of us out here. It is a wonderful thing that you guys are doing out here. It's really not the goats that we are using as the project. It is what is holding on to those collars is our project out here. And as the market goat judge had said, it's you're far above this with the core values of the hard work, determination, and the value out here. And in a county fair is one of the most dramatic and most is one of the hardest fairs to show because you get to see all these folks around you every single day, whereas you go to a state fair or nationals, you may never see that person again. And everybody wants to be a winner at their fair, and we really, all of you really all are. Youth, please take a look around outside the ring here. All these folks that have put in long hours and little sleep out here, they're here to support you and encourage you. Yes, you are not going to see eye to eye every single time with them, and that's okay, but they have years of wisdom and experience out here that will help develop you becoming young adults into society. Parents, friends outside of the ring, please do everything that you can to encourage these youth in here to be the best that they can be at whatever they desire. If they have a dream and they're willing to work at it and they believe they can achieve it, they certainly will do that, and that is certainly my hope for you out here. Beautiful goats out here. I'm going to talk real quick about each one, and then we're going to pick your best in show. This beautiful tall Burgunary AOP class, just a sharp, angular, wide doe throughout on La Mancha. Of real capacious mammary system. Our Nigerian dwarf, again, just an older doe, showing us a lot of depth and body to her. This Nubian doe just exemplifies dairy strength and that beautiful dairy neck and that sharpness and angularity. A productive Oberhausen doe, showing us a lot of capacity to that mammary system, holding up for a test of time in the age as she ages gracefully through the years out here. This 2-year-old recorded grade out here, again, just really exemplifies general appearance and strength of feet and legs. An alpine doe here at the end of the line had a beautiful mammary system, just high and wide up into that escutcheon. When I look up and down my line today, I think that there's 3 does that are in contention for this best in show. I think it's between your La Mancha, your Nubian, and your recorded grade out here. For the advantages today in body capacity, the depth and width of heart girth, the depth of rear barrel, the increasing dairy wedge to us, the support of the mammary system, both laterally, medially, having a very productive mammary system that is full and wide and has milk down to beautiful, velvety, soft texture. My La Mancha is best in show. So we're going to pick out best udder out of these groups, out of these does out here. Again, I think it's your La Mancha and your recorded grade, and I think the Alpine comes into contention for that. For the overall capacity and mammary system, the balance and symmetry between the halves and from the side, giving you 1/3 in front of the leg, 1/3 underneath the leg, and 1/3 behind the leg, then milking down so beautifully, my La Mancha will be best udder as well.
Estella Gover is our best doe in show, as well as best udder in show with her La Mancha doe. Piney Creek Vet Clinic was our sponsor for our best doe in show. And Sunley Creations was our sponsor for our best udder in show. And just wanted to reiterate what we said before, we can't do what we do without our sponsorship. We appreciate everyone that was here that was a sponsor for any of our awards, and remind the exhibitors to clean up the aisle, please, and come back in and help clean up the ring.
Hello. This is the 5-minute warning for the alumni showmanship, starting in 5 minutes. The exhibitors include Leanne Sanders, Denise Ziegler, Lydia Chamberlain, Amber Lippy, and Libby. Amber Herb and Sam Chamberlain. 5 minutes. You must provide your own goats.